What's up?
What's up? For those of you watching this on YouTube, there will be a timestamp in the description when I get started into the gameplay. Gonna do a quick recap, quick cough, and then we'll get going. But first things first, I'm kind of thirsty, and I've been forgetting to do this lately until it's, you know, a little too late. So I'm gonna crack open a Mountain Day with you real quick, and we're gonna get started on that. Yeah, that's right, right away. So grab yourself a beverage and kick back. Hopefully we have some fun today. This week has completely 100% kicked my ass in just about every way possible, and I almost didn't stream tonight. But I'm like, you know, this is kind of the 2 nights a week where I can set aside 3 hours to do something that I enjoy and try to push all of that out of my mind for a couple hours. So hopefully, if you're watching this with me, this can provide you with a similar escape to what I'm trying to do for myself. It's been a rough couple days. But anyway, so far we've gotten 2, I believe there was 4 power sources total. We found 1 as soon as we came into this temple. We got 1 from a skyscraper penthouse in New York, which went up there. And then the second one we got from, apparently some lady was wearing it as a bracelet to an MMA fight in Brazil. So we recovered that one and had a face-to-face meeting with Daniel Cross, who, if memory serves correct, is an Abstergo agent who had actually infiltrated the Assassins for a while, if memory serves correct. But that power source went up there, and now we see Juno up there. So presumably that's where the 4th and final power source goes. To get there, we go up those steps. But we don't have the 4th one yet. It did look a little too big to be a bracelet. I don't know how the hell you'd wear that as a bracelet, but that's what they said. But yeah, it looks like the next one is up those stairs over there, but we don't have it yet, so we got to jump back in the Animus. So far, Connor has taken out a couple of the Templars, but we still have Charles Lee and his father Hatham. And I think actually right towards the end, we took out Thomas Hickey when he tried to assassinate old George E. Washington. So I want to say there's 3 or maybe 4 of them left. We do need to assassinate Timu Dutch. And let's see, I'm currently on memory sequence 9 of 12. And it looks like there's 4 memories in this, 3 and 10, 3 and 11, and 3 and 12. Those include the modern day segments. So, I don't plan on finishing this tonight. If I finish sequence 10 early enough, we may power through to the end, but I'm just going to the end of sequence 10 is the goal for tonight. If we end a little early, we end a little early, but if we don't want to end it too early, so we'll see where we're at. So for now, let's jump back in the Animus and see what Connor's got going on next.
Oh, look at that. I found a 3rd power source.
Already?
It popped up in an earlier search, but I've only just managed to confirm it.
Where?
There's a museum in Cairo with one on display.
I guess Connor will have to wait.
No, you stay. We need to find that key, and time is running out. I'll make the trip.
What about Cross?
Everything's going to be fine. I'll be back soon.
I mean, theoretically, William is like the
Ready when you are,
mentor
Desmond.
of the modern day assassins, so I feel like William should be able to hold his own.
Winter approaches. The air is still and sharp with grim expectation. The others sense it too and go about their work with uncommon urgency. I would like to help them, but more pressing matters now demand my attention. The Templars have targeted George Washington directly, and will not rest until he is dead. I had hoped to shield him from this knowledge, but Thomas Hickey ended any hope I had of staying silent. And so I have resolved to share everything I know, of the Templars and their plots, of who I really am. Achilles finds fault in this, and we argue every day, but there is simply too much now at stake to maintain restraint.
So now we're into 1777. The Revolutionary War has officially begun.
Don't do this, Connor.
Then what would you propose we do? Sit and watch while the Templars take control? We are sworn to stop them, or have you forgotten?
Assassins are meant to be quiet, precise. We do not go announcing conspiracies from the rooftops to all who pass by.
Who are you to lecture anyone? You locked yourself away in this crumbling heap and gave up on the Brotherhood entirely. Since the day I arrived, you've done nothing but discourage me. And on the rare occasions you've chosen to help, you've done so little, you may as well have done nothing at all.
How dare you!
Then tell me, on whose watch did the Brotherhood falter? Whose inaction allowed the Templar Order to grow so large that it now controls an entire nation?
If I sought to dissuade you, it was because you knew nothing. If I was reluctant to contribute, it was because you were naive. 1,000 times you would have died and taken God knows how many with you. Let me tell you something, Connor. Life is not a fairy tale, and there are no happy endings.
No. Not when men like you are left in charge.
Damn.
In your haste to save the world, boy, take care you don't destroy it. Ha!
So yeah, about the power source thing, like I kind of get where William's coming from, because like the whole reason we're here is we need to get through these memories and find the key that I'm assuming they think Connor has or will get or something. The key is most important. So I could see how William would be like, nah, you have more important things to do. I'll go work on the next power source. And it's amazing that that there's actually an NPC in this game willing to actually do something. So that's a welcome change. He mentioned right at the beginning when I was loading in that once Thomas Hickey decided to try to assassinate George Washington, that he can't stay silent about it anymore, because at the end of the stream Sunday night, Achilles basically told him, like, you can't tell George Washington about the Templar plot to assassinate him. It's better that he doesn't know, because if you do tell him, then you will cause the very thing you're trying to prevent. Well, then, when Thomas Hickey tried to assassinate George Washington, Connor basically at that point has made the decision that I can't stay silent anymore. I have to let George Washington know what's going on, because the Templars won't stop until he's dead. So theoretically, Washington has to know what's going on. And so Achilles, his point was, you know, we operate from the shadows. We are silent. We don't go announcing, you know, conspiracies and our intents and all that stuff from the rooftops. So and Connor thinks that's the best way. So how far do I got to go now? Well, we got to go a ways. And I have, like, no viewpoints close by, so it's going to be a little bit of a long trek here. But yeah, Connor was pretty ruthless right there. And what's interesting about that to me is, I guess, how much Connor seems to care about the Brotherhood, considering that it's only him and Achilles. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like his sole intent, you know, is to save his people and save his village from the Templars taking it over, you know, and driving them out, or at worst, killing them. But he seemed to have, you know, so I figured that would be the most important thing, but he seems to have taken to the, I guess, the Brotherhood ideals and all that stuff a little bit more than I expected him to. and blames Achilles for, I guess, the current state of the Brotherhood. I mean, Achilles may also be a little ashamed about how that went down. You know, there might be pieces to the story he doesn't want to admit or doesn't want to tell Connor. We don't really know exactly how much of the Brotherhood's downfall Achilles told Connor. Now, the downfall of the Brotherhood and the downfall of Achilles and all that does get explained in Assassin's Creed Rogue. And that particular game, the story is really well done in. And I actually wouldn't mind playing that game on stream to kind of fill in that gap. But I've done almost 6 straight months of Assassin's Creed streams. It's kind of about time we move on. I mean, I want to say it was... because when Haytham came over, it was in, like, 1754. And now we're into 1777. I think the end of the Haytham memories stop around 1754. And we're in 1777 now. So we've covered 23 years at this point. And I don't remember how many years had passed while Connor was, like, training with Achilles. Obviously, Haytham's story kind of ends, or his memories kind of end in 1754, so we can kind of assume that's around the time Connor was born. And so I think he was a teenager around the time he starts training with Achilles, so that probably would have put us into like 1770-ish, somewhere in there. Early 1700s, maybe it's like 1772 or something like that. So either way, Connor's been essentially living and working with Achilles for probably at least 5 years at this point. And according to the game, they signed the Declaration of Independence, I think it was June 16th, 1775, and now we're into 1777. So another year has essentially gone by. A year and a half, maybe, if this is early 1777. If it's late 1777, then it's been like 2.5 years.
Commander,
Connor.
any word on Lee?
This game jumps around a lot.
Not yet. My apologies. I've been distracted. Supply caravans meant for the camp have gone missing. I suspect treachery. A traitor named Benjamin Church, recently released from prison, has vanished as well. The two events are surely related.
What was his crime?
He was caught sending letters to the Loyalists, detailing our troop strength. He claimed it was a scare tactic, that we might avoid war. A poor lie.
I will find Church for you.
Why? What reason have you to help?
Does it matter?
As you wish. We've received reports of trouble along the southern road. Might be he's responsible. I suggest you begin your search there.
Well, that's a good point. So let's check that out. let's see. So it was passed July 4th, 1776. This is the document in which the 13 colonies formally declared their independence from Britain. Congress voted to accept the declaration on July 4th, celebrated today as Independence Day. Contrary to popular belief, the document wasn't actually signed on July 4th. The first signatures weren't added until the declaration was formally transcribed sometime around the beginning of August. Others were added as the delegates arrived at Philadelphia. By some accounts, the final signature wasn't added until sometime in 1777. Now, I'm like damn sure 99% positive that you had like Ben Franklin signing the Declaration of Independence according to this game in 1775. And then, let's see, there's the Declaration of Independence. So there's Declaration of Independence and then the Declaration of Independence. They're two different ones. So maybe that was just like a first draft or something, I suppose. Congress unanimously declares the United Colonies free and independent states. Yesterday, the representatives of all 13 colonies resolved and declared the independence of their citizens and formally dissolved all ties with Britain. The Declaration of Independence, as it is so entitled, was drafted by a committee of authors, principally Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and Benjamin Franklin, and expresses in language more eloquent than we are able to describe the events and reasoning that have led to this final disruption. The Second Constitutional Congress began work on this document months ago. Some few among the representatives had every aspiration that the colonies would reconcile with the king and reasonable rights secured. With each additional regiment dispatched to those shores, the hope diminished until all voted in unanimity to sever ourselves from our mother country. John Adams declares that this day should be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to another, from this time forward forevermore. So, I mean, I guess maybe that could have been like an early draft that they did or something. Okay.
Father. Connor, any last words? Wait. A poor choice.
Come to check up on Church? Make sure he'd stolen enough for your British brothers?
Benjamin Church is no brother of mine. No more than the Redcoats or their idiot king. Oh, I expected naivete, but this... The Templars do not fight for the crown. We seek the same as you, boy. Freedom, justice, independence.
But...
But what?
Johnson, Pitcairn, Hickey, they sought to steal land, to sack towns, to murder George Washington.
Johnson sought to own the land, that we might keep it safe. Pitcairn aimed to encourage diplomacy, which you cocked up thoroughly enough to start a goddamn war. And Hickey? George Washington is a wretched leader. He's lost nearly every battle in which he's taken part. The man's racked with uncertainty and insecurity. Only look at Valley Forge to know my words are true. We're all better off without him. Look, much as I'd love to spar with you, Benjamin Church's mouth is as big as his ego. You clearly want the supplies he's stolen. I want him punished. Our interests are aligned.
What do you propose?
A truce. Perhaps
Perhaps some time together might do us good. You are my son, after all, and might still be saved from your ignorance. I can kill you now, if you prefer. Excellent.
What a loving dad.
Shall we be off?
Do you even know where Benjamin Church has gone?
I'm afraid not. I'd hoped to ambush him when he or one of his men returned here. It seems I'm too late. They've come and cleared the place out.
I may be able to track him.
So we're going to work with dear old dad. Interesting.
There were rations inside the crates. Medical supplies and clothing as well. Snow has obscured the tracks, but enough remains that we can still follow.
Just my luck. Going to freeze to death if I don't get this fixed.
Are you Ben Church's man?
Well played.
It was not wise to run.
What do you want?
Where is Benjamin Church?
I don't know. We was riding for a camp just north of here. Is where we'd normally unload the cargo. Maybe you'll find him there.
Enough of that.
You did not have to kill him.
Let's not waste time with all this pointless banter. Go catch up with the rest of Church's men. Infiltrate that camp of theirs and see what you can discover.
And what about you?
Never you mind. Just do as I ask.
Listen to this guy. Yes, sir, Dad, sir. I mean, even though he, you know, speaks like super proper and like he wants to spot a tea, but I mean, Haytham is kind of a badass. Yeah, it's easy to underestimate him because he sounds like such a prim and proper British boy.
We'll get extra for that. My church will be pleased and we'll be rich. I almost feel bad for the Yanks, shivering and starving out there. It's a hard way to go. All they need to do is raise the white flag. They should have done that a long time ago. All this fighting serves no purpose. The Crown's sure to win in the end. To waste all those lives chasing a fool notion. Great on art.
Yeah, I guess an uneasy truth with dear old Daddy-O was, wasn't something I remembered. Interesting turn of events. Makes you wonder if Haytham thinks he's going to be able to convert Connor to the Templars, if he's got maybe some hope for that.
All right, looks to be in order. Go and see the foreman. There's another run planned for tonight. Oi, where's the foreman? Center camp, near the creek. Can't miss it. Thank you kindly. You won't be thanking me when you hear what he's man. About time you showed up. Listen here. Boss wants us to try something new tonight. A raid. No more convoys. We're to steal from a Yank camp itself. Valley Forge? You sure about this? It's not my business to be sure or not sure. I just do as Church asks. If you're so concerned, take it up with him. Is he here? Of course not. Hiding in New York, the last I heard. Trying to keep a low profile. What, on account of him not wanting to go back to jail and all?
All right, I'm in. Someone must pay.
Of course you are.
Look what we found.
He was creeping around the camp all suspicious-like.
Must be a Yank spy.
Nah, he's something else. Something special. Isn't that right, Hatham? Church told me all about you.
Then you should know better than this.
You're not really in a position to be making threats, are ya?
Not yet.
Now I gotta save his ass. Are you kidding me?
Once you've dealt with these louts, meet me in New York.
What? You mean to just leave? Now?
If you can't handle a couple of mercenaries, then we've really no business working together.
Wow. So I'm gonna save his ass and he's just gonna leave me here to fight for myself? What? Well, yeah, now I'm definitely gonna let him beat his ass a little bit.
Once you've dealt with these louts, meet me in New York.
What? You mean to just leave? Now?
If you can't handle a couple of mercenaries, then we've really no business working together.
Unbelievable.
What an asshole! Can I just, like... You have every opportunity to just kill him now. Like, I'm sure we can hunt down Church without dear old Dad. A month later.
Evening, Connor. I see you made it here in one piece.
Recovered from your beating, then?
Benjamin Church is holed up on an abandoned brewery on the waterfront. We should be done with this by sunrise.
Good. I would like to have those supplies returned as soon as possible.
Of course. I wouldn't want to keep you from your lost cause. Come along, then. Follow me.
Come along, then. Cheerio.
Tell me something.
Hmm?
You could have killed me when we first met. What stayed your hand?
Curiosity. Any other questions?
What is it the Templars truly seek?
Order. Purpose. Direction. No more than that. It's your lot that means to confound with this nonsense talk of freedom. Time was. The assassins professed a far more sensible goal. That of peace.
Freedom is peace.
Oh no. It's an invitation to chaos. Only look at this little revolution your friends have started. I have stood before the Continental Congress and listened to them stamp and shout. All in the name of liberty. But it is just noise.
And this is why you favor Lee?
He understands the needs of this would-be nation far better than the jobberknolls who profess to represent it.
Jobberknolls. Hell of an
It seems
insult.
your tongue has tasted sour grapes. The people have made their choice, and it was Washington.
The people chose nothing. It was done by a group of privileged cowards seeking only to enrich themselves. They convened in private and made a decision that would benefit them. Oh, they might have dressed it up with pretty words. That does not make it true. The only difference, Connor, the only difference between myself and those you aid is that I do not feign affection.
I mean, the thing with Hatham is, like, I hate the fucking guy. I really do. But at the end of the day, like, at least the dude, like, truly believes what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really doesn't seem like he's just, like, in the Templars for, like, power and control for himself. You know, he doesn't seem like he really has, like, a selfish goal. And there's certain statements that he makes that aren't necessarily wrong. Hatham is a character that I have a hard time with trying to figure out. Is obviously you can assume that he began as an assassin and then flipped to the Templars, so I feel like he's got a little bit of a blend.
Bastard.
What is it?
I was hoping I could wave you past the guards, but he's replaced most of them with men I don't know. Well, I should be able to pass without arousing suspicion, but you...
No. We do this together or not at all.
Then what do you propose?
I will find a guard who is off duty and take his uniform.
Very well. I will wait here, then.
Of course you will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to come along and hold your hand, perhaps? Provide kind words of encouragement?
Yeah, it definitely seems like they are trying to blur the lines a little bit with his character. But, I mean, if Edward was, obviously we know now. Since I don't really plan on going right to the 4th game after this or playing Rogue, the Assassin's Creed streams will be coming to an end following the conclusion of this game. Maybe I'll do Chronicles China. But we know Edward was an assassin, and so therefore we know that Haytham started off as an assassin. I mean, all you got to do is look at the fact that he's got a hidden blade. No other Templar has ever had a hidden blade before or since. So he definitely may still have some of the...
That should suffice. Follow me.
Like, assassin ideals maybe buried in there a little bit.
Hold, strangers. You tread on private property. What business have you here?
The Father of Understanding guides us.
You I recognize, not the savage.
He is my son.
Tasted of the forest fruits, did you?
And so, like, obviously, Haytham seems to right now almost have, like, a civil war going on within the Templars that he's built. Because Benjamin Church was one of the guys that he recruited. And so now it's like... he's not just, like, the Templars are all good and we're all doing righteous things. Like, he has his own convictions within the Templars themselves, and he's determined to keep... He's at least dedicated to his beliefs. So it's interesting, because I do feel like there may still be some assassin in Haytham.
It's locked. Give me a moment.
Must be strange for you, discovering my existence as you have.
I'm actually curious to know what your mother might have said about me. Always wondered what life might have been like had she and I stayed together. How is she, by the way?
Dead. Murdered.
What? I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, you're sorry. I found my mother burning alive. I'll never forget her face as she sent me away. Charles Lee is responsible for her death by your order. And you're sorry.
It's impossible. I gave no such order. I spoke the opposite, in fact. I told them to give up the search for the precursor site. We were to focus on more practical pursuit.
It is done, and I'm all out of forgiveness.
Interesting wrinkle to the story right there. I'll speak on that in a moment.
Benjamin Church. You stand accused of betraying the Templar Order and abandoning our principles in pursuit of personal gain. In consideration of your crime, I hereby sentence you to death.
No! You're too late. Church and the cargo are long gone. And I'm afraid you won't be in any condition to follow.
Here we go.
We've chosen to stand with the victor. It's Britain who will win this war. You always did prefer principle to profit. Perhaps that's why your little kingdom started to crumble. It was a nice dream you had, but a dream is all it ever was. Look at the half-breed fight, like some feral dog. Best we put him down, boys.
Those two! Get them! Don't let them escape!
Get him! The Indian too!
Take him down! That one! And he's half-breed!
Surround them!
Hey, yo, Chase Mang, how you doing?
Where is Church?
Thanks for
I'll
stopping
tell you
by, Mang.
Anything you want. Only promise that you'll let me live.
You have my word.
He left yesterday for Martinique. Took passage on a trading sloop called the Welcome. Loaded half its hold with the supplies he stole from the Patriots. That's all I know, I swear. You promised.
And he kept his word. Let's go.
Yeah, Connor gave his word. Haytham never did. Yeah, how's the new venture there going for you, Mang? I know you started something new this week. How's that been going for you?
We need to get out of here.
You don't say.
Now is not the time for sightseeing. So close, yet so far. You'll need to find a way around the flames.
You know, for the longest time, the character of Haytham irritated me to death.
Here, traitors! Oh, how I'll enjoy making you pay for your
But
betrayal.
honestly, I mean, his story does get a little bit more color to it in Rogue. But I don't know. I feel like the chapter of Haytham turning Templar would have made a really good game.
I thought you had this all sewn up. So why do you run from us, You should see their face.
Glad to hear it's going well for you there, Mang. And once again, Connor saved his life.
Stuck. See if you can find something to pry it open. Honor? What are you up to? Oh, no. Don't do that. There's no way of knowing what's on the other side!
Well, you're going to find out what's on the other side there, Haytham. I love how the word continued after the loading screen. That was beautiful.
We do now.
Haytham lost his hat, but Connor didn't. Negative review on Steam that broke my immersion.
Church is at least a day on us. We must move quickly if we're to catch him.
I have a ship we can use. Meet me on the pier when you're ready.
He's like, damn, Connor's got a ship too? Shit. Yeah, like the I guess I've been sleeping on the Haytham character for a while because there's a lot of layers to his character, and I feel like his character is actually more well done than I ever gave it credit for.
Shall we?
He's just an asshole. But he's a well-written asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like a good wrestling heel. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some guys in wrestling when I go back to the 90s that I absolutely hated. But I go back and watch their work now and I'm like, holy shit, that guy was actually really good. I hated him because I was supposed to. Now we're in the Caribbean in 1778. But it's like a well-written bad guy I can't help but
I told you
appreciate.
this was a poor heading. Church is surely days ahead of us now.
Have some faith in the boy. He's yet to disappoint.
Yeah, have some faith,
Well, the bar's
Hatham.
not been set very high now, has it?
We are closer than you think, Father.
Part of me feels like, in a weird way, Edward would be proud to see his son and grandson on a ship together.
Ship ho!
Is it the welcome?
Aye, and she's dropped anchor.
Bring us in for a closer look, son.
It seems the ship has been abandoned.
Church always was a slippery little bastard.
After them! I want everything.
All right, it's on. I guess instead of on guard, we have on sail.
Speed, Connor! We need more speed!
Let's fly full sail. We need every knot. Full sail.
It's almost as though you want him to escape.
We need more speed.
Shut up, Poppy.
Perhaps someone with more experience should take the wheel.
Go for it then.
Hurry, son. We won't get a second chance at this. How is it you came to captain a ship, given the way you sail?
Oops. My bad.
It's almost as though you want him to escape. How?
Wouldn't be so bad if there weren't so many damn islands to sail around.
Perhaps someone with more experience should take the wheel.
She's passing between the cliffs, boy, and the Aquila's too big to follow. We need to go around.
God damn it! We're going to lose him!
You just
What
settle
other
down.
choice have we? Those rocks would crush us.
The current here is swift. We still have a chance. Enemy ships approaching!
Oh shit.
Ready our weapons! Prepare to return fire!
Church is using the ambush as cover! Take him before he escapes! Send that bastard to the seafloor!
No! I need his ship afloat! The cargo must be saved! Stop him, Connor! Do not let Church escape! Focus on our true target! You should have listened to me! He's nearly away!
Stop blowing holes in my ship. Oh, I see. Okay. Damn it. I knew it was going to be close. Oh, and I got to do this whole section again, too. Shit.
Enemy ship approaching! Ready our weapons! Prepare to return fire!
Church is using the ambush as cover! Sink him before he escapes! Send that bastard to the seafloor!
No! I need his ship afloat! The cargo must be saved!
Stop him, Connor! Do not let Church escape! Focus on our true target!
We immobilize that.
You should have listened to me! He's nearly away!
Or have you decided you do want to destroy Church's ship?
Turn this big bitch. Ha! 2 for 1. Two bots. Probably about 17 cannons. But, you know, same thing. Same thing as 2 birds, 1 stain, right?
Men, prepare to board! What are you doing?
Ending this.
Secure the ship!
Hook us in! Bring her close! To arms! To arms!
Man the swivels! Cover from the quarter deck!
Secure the aft line! Tie off the bow!
I need to get below deck. Who knows what madness my father intends?
Hang on. All right, Church, time to die.
What has Church done with the cargo?
It's been quite an adventure. Let me tell you. Working my way through your nasty little tricks and traps. Clever! Some of them anyway. I'll give you credit for that. And for the quietude with which you pulled it off. We had a dream, Benjamin! A dream you sought to destroy. And for that, my fallen friend, you will be made to pay!
Hatham pissed.
Enough!
We came here for a reason.
Different reasons, it seems.
Where are the supplies you stole?
Go to hell.
I ask again. Where are the supplies?
On the island yonder. Awaiting pickup. But you've no right to it. It isn't yours.
No, not mine. Those supplies are meant for men and women who believe in something bigger than themselves. Who fight and die that one day they might be free from tyranny such as yours.
Are these the same men and women who fight with muskets forged from British steel? Who bind their wounds with bandages sewn by British hands? How convenient for them. We do the work. They reap the rewards.
You spin a story to excuse your crimes, as though you're the innocent one and they the thieves.
It's all a matter of perspective. There is no single path through life that's right and fair and does no harm. Do you truly think the Crown has no cause? No right to feel betrayed? You should know better than this. Dedicated as you are to fighting Templars, who themselves see their work as just. Think on that the next time you insist your work alone befits the greater good. Your enemy would beg to differ, and would not be without cause.
I feel like that dude spoke a lot of words, but said close to nothing.
You
did well. His passing was a boon for us both. Come on. I expect you'll want my help retrieving everything from the island.
Well, that's the end of sequence 9.
I have been reunited with my father, but I do not yet know if this bodes well or ill. Our goals are aligned, at least so far as independence is concerned. But he continues to defend Charles Lee, the man who murdered my mother and burned my village. Still, he makes a point about Washington and those who back him. I hear much talk of freedom and equality, but it seems one must be a landed white man to benefit. What of someone like me, or Surrey? What role for us in this new world? Is my father right then? There is so much I must consider and so little time in which to do it.
Welcome back. And how was Martinique?
Achilles, I owe you an apology. It was wrong of me to say the things I did.
Your words were harsh, Connor, but there was also truth there. I failed the Order, allowed the Templars to take control.
But now their hold is weakened, which makes me believe there's a chance for peace. Imagine what might be accomplished if we were to unite.
Why the change of heart? Where is this coming from? You've met your father, haven't you?
I do not claim to trust the man or even like him. But I would be remiss to ignore this opportunity.
Hatham may listen, but will he understand? And even if he does, will he agree?
Even he must admit that we can achieve more together than we do alone.
I assume you're off to find him.
Yes. I ride for New York to see what might be done.
So yeah, Haytham claims he never gave the order to burn down the village and that Charles acted on his own. And as much as I'm not a fan of Haytham, I feel like that was genuine. Because I feel like Charles, over time, has started to, I guess, do things his way. You know, like, it seems to, like, from the very beginning, there seemed to be something kind of sus about Charles, as the kids say these days. Yeah, there's something about Charles I never liked, but at least with Haytham, there was, I don't want to say a likable quality about the guy, but Charles definitely seems like he's just in it for himself. Whereas it seems like Haytham may truly believe, you know, what he's saying. You know, and that he seems like he is working for a, I guess, a greater goal other than himself. And I think maybe that's the, I guess, the little bit of the assassin, I think, still in Haytham. Because typically the Templars are always just, you know, out for power and all that kind of stuff. Especially like the Grand Masters of the Templars. It seems like they're the ones that want the power, and they're using the Templars kind of to their own advantage. Where it seems like Haytham doesn't really want the power for himself. It's a tough one with him. But yeah, I never liked Timu Dutch either. I don't really like Dutch either. Let alone Timu Dutch.
We need to know what the Loyalists are planning, if we're to put an end to this.
I've tried, but the soldiers themselves are told nothing now, only to await orders from above.
Keep digging. Come find me when you have something worth sharing. We're so close to victory. A few more well-placed attacks and we'll be able to put an end to the Civil War and be rid of the Crown.
What do you intend?
Well, nothing at the moment, since we're completely in the dark.
I thought the Templars had eyes and ears everywhere.
Oh, we did. Until you started cutting them off.
Your contact said orders from above. It tells us exactly what we need to do. Track down the Loyalist commanders.
So we're still going to be working with dear old Daddy-O to secure independence. So, and that's the thing. Like, the Templars obviously, at least Haytham, seems to think colonial independence is best for them. So for now, their interests are still aligned in terms of colonial independence. But what happens once we get there is the question. And Haytham traveling by rooftop. That's definitely assassin-esque. Can't think of any other Templars that did that kind of shit. Not to that extent, anyway.
Have you considered the proposal?
I'm unconvinced. To reinforce them would leave New York exposed. It's hard enough maintaining order with our current numbers. Cut in half.
Yet if we do not join with them, they risk defeat. And then what?
Well, they should have come by sea.
Well, they're talking in circles. We'll learn nothing watching as we are.
Then what do you propose we do? March in there and demand answers?
Well, yes.
Ambush!
Connor? Little help here?
That and I can appreciate Hatham's no-nonsense
We
attitude.
can interrogate them.
Damn. I can't seem to get a counter on these guys worth of shit either. Oh, maybe the sword's part of the problem. I'm not sure. Yeah, I got rid of the sword and did way better.
We'll bring them back to my quarters at Fort George and see what secrets they might share.
Not Fort George.
Really? Well, you'd best get after him then.
You go. I will watch the prisoners.
No, you do it.
Why me?
Because I said so. Now go.
Help! I need help! Come no closer!
Oh, I guess I can't shoot him. That's unfortunate.
Help! I need help! Come no closer! Stop him!
Move.
Go to hell.
I said move.
Wait. I'll tell you anything you want. Anything, only don't make
We
me
just
go
have
in
some
there.
questions for you.
Cross that threshold, and I'm a dead man.
There you are, Connor. I was worried you might have gotten lost. Come along, then.
Get going there, bud. This way. Alright, against the wall. Seriously, move it.
What are the British planning?
To march from Philadelphia. That city's finished. New York's the key. They'll double our numbers, push back the rebels.
When do they begin?
2 days from now.
June 18th. I must warn Washington.
You see? That wasn't so very difficult now, was it?
I've told you everything. Now let me go.
Of course. The other two said the same. It must be true.
You killed him. You killed all of them. Why?
They'd have warned the Loyalists.
You could have held him until the fight was done.
What? And waste precious time and money on their care? What would be the point? They'd given up everything they knew. I'll meet you at Valley Forge.
Kind of hard to disagree with Hatham on that one, in all honesty.
For the widest assortment of dry goods, feed, and other staples, call upon the good folk of Lockwood off Carter's Lane.
The Benedict Arnold mission.
If you could spare a bite for us, we'd be in your debt, sir.
Ah.
Beat us for begging. Just distract him for a moment, and we'll take what we need.
Mr. Roberts would like to remind the city youth.
How many eyes on us?
From several Vienna-based composers at St. Paul this coming Saturday.
Is there another merchant around here somewhere? Because
By qualified craftsmen throughout the city.
they're both down. Come eat, I guess. Or not.
Terror seizes the neighborhood.
I didn't realize I had to go out to the frontier. Looks like this is going to be our closest point. I really probably should have gotten some more viewpoints throughout the game, but oh well. I got no horse. Yeah, Hatham didn't seem too pleased about the idea that, I guess earlier when he found out that Charles, burned down the village and whatnot. Like, he actually seemed like underneath, like, his hard exterior, some legitimate sorrow for the death of Connor's mother. And some genuine surprise that it was Charles. It was Charles that did it. Makes me wonder if we're going to see any, like a possible rift between Hatham and Charles. And the interesting thing about, I guess, where we're at in this particular timeline with Hatham and Connor is, like, arguably the Assassins and the Templars want the same thing. Peace. But the Templars believe that peace will be made through, order and all that kind of stuff. Whereas the Assassins believe that peace will come with freedom. So, it's like, I could see how, like, in this game in particular, how both sides could find some common ground for a little while.
We should be sharing what we know with Lee, not Washington.
You seem to think I favor him, but my enemy is a notion, not a nation. It is wrong to compel obedience, whether to the British Crown or the Templar Cross. And I hope in time the Loyalists will see this too, for they are also victims.
You oppose tyranny, injustice. These are just symptoms. Their true cause is human weakness. Why do you think I keep on trying to show you the error of your way?
You have said much, yes, but you have shown me nothing.
Then we'll have to remedy that then, won't we?
Sir.
Hello, Connor. What brings you here?
The British have recalled their men in Philadelphia. They march for New York.
Very well. I'll move our forces to Monmouth. If we can rout them, we'll have finally turned the tide.
And what's this?
Private correspondence.
Oh, of course it is. Would you like to know what it says, Connor? It seems your good friend here has just ordered an attack on your village. Although attack might be putting it mildly. Well, tell him, Commander.
We've been receiving reports of Allied natives working with the British. I've asked my men to put a stop to it.
By burning their villages and salting the land, by calling for their extermination, according to this letter. Not the first time either. Tell them what you did 14 years ago.
That was another time. The 7 Years' War.
And so now you see what happens to this great man when under duress. He makes excuses, displaces blame, does a great many things, in fact, except take responsibility!
Enough! Who did what and why must wait. My people come first.
Then let's be off.
No. You and I are finished.
Son.
Do you think me so soft that by calling me son, I might change my mind? How long did you sit on this information, or am I to believe you discovered it now? My mother's blood may stain another's hands, but Charles Lee is no less a monster, and all he does by your command. A warning to you both. Choose to follow me or oppose me, and I will kill you.
Damn! So it was... Yeah. So it was Washington that gave the order to burn down the village 14 years ago. Not Charles Lee acting on his own.
I should make sure the village is safe.
Radun hagedun. Za shewe nekti ohnujera. What ganu dunyu wet dogati go oya lungwe ayazenesege.
Unka giga oya rungwe.
De ohne gujes Charles Lee. Luana tukwa yasagoya donhawe gano dogu dano dohkara ni hadi.
Nahoda? Ka numwe ni honenu.
What de sagodi dashtana tini hadi ayunki hunta.
Ya, yahtet karihwayeri.
Ona jera di desa niku hare. Ya kon tat desa du huntoni ne giga ne ayaguaderio.
Onak tia shaga ne. Te domzon da kedaste.
Okay, so now Charles has come in and convinced the natives to work with him. Oh boy, this is going to get messy. So now I got to take out my own people.
Skana kana dogo.
Da dun hagedum. Da gwase danika.
Na hoda?
Gwegon ha krori ne Charles Lee. But triot de hona do honzoni an kiat wanto. Da no gan easy on say na what is it?
Atsoga tigarungwe.
Wa harud zi dizat ni gora denu. Zia sadet ni anda da squat ni gora gani. Nik zi ona gan rune de. Zi gwan ho garm de.
Te got nyo ska gi.
Gwanek di gwan nyo ska zi wat gwanya has ene asquaya da no statsege. Da you zat ni gora di hanto. Da no what diz want daksa de ne zungwe da sum.
Zadarissa.
Anga dorissa no na zaheyum.
Shit. Oh. Really? Did we have to? Come on, man. Like, we couldn't have settled that some other way?
That is a dansum. Zika do hitstane. Radun hagedum. Charles Lee. Mountmouth. Was that the hajib? Asagonat dumase. Zina hodam batriot. Ranadeno yuni. Desmond Saga. Asagonasete. On doktangi kamoderio. Ronudio hot gwenyu. Ungenungwe da summa. Odiatanum stadunge.
Wow, I cannot wait to kill Charles.
Iwereya nawando taingwaya dano staduge. Ona wasadoresa yung jadaro.
Well, this got pretty heavy pretty quick. Shit. Okay. Well. Where to now? Yeah, this just got real messy real fast. Sweet.
We must hold this position for as long as it takes. If the enemy is allowed to push through, we will lose what precious little ground we have gained. Connor, my friend, you have arrived just in time to bear witness to our glorious victory.
Where is Charles Lee?
That Batar. He shows up in the middle of our preparations and just takes charge. Screams at everyone to advance, and then rides away. I am left to pick up the pieces. Where did they come from? Send word that we are falling back! Everyone, to me! Now! Now!
I will hold the area while you bring them to safety.
I grant you my finest soldiers to serve as your personal guard. There is nothing they will not do to ensure you are victorious. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh, neat.
Bought us some time, sir. We'll push these redcoats back yet? Push these redcoats back yet?
Imagine standing there in a line with about 8 other people and then just all of you getting hit with a cannonball at the same time.
That should slow them down. We'll push these redcoats back yet? Bought us some time, sir.
Oh, I got a trophy. I feel like I'm gonna fail this.
A perfect shot.
I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to take out this many people with a single cannon.
That should slow them down. A perfect shot.
20 seconds.
Bought us some time, sir.
10 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. I'm firing it.
We are low on ammunition, sir, and the enemy advances.
Then we need to pull back, rejoin the others, and cover their escape.
Come on, men! We must pull back! Retreat, brothers!
This way! Hurry!
Don't let the lobster back shoot!
Get back to the others! I will take care of this! Go! I can deal with this!
Come on, men! We must fall back!
We need to go
and
now.
quickly!
Do not worry about the redcoats. Go join the others.
Twenty seconds. All right. Saved some people and we made it on time.
Well done, my friend. You have saved many lives today.
Connor?
Charles Lee has betrayed you. He forced retreat in the midst of battle, hoping the loss would take the lives of your men and see you relieved of your command.
What?
I'm sure he will come and spin a tale saying that he was outnumbered or I was somehow to blame. All lies. I will say it one last time. That man is your enemy, and he will not stop until you are dead or dishonored.
Connor's tale rings true. Lee was acting most odd upon the battlefield.
I will investigate these allegations at once.
The time for that is long past.
This must be done properly, else we're no better than those we oppose. Never mind the political ramifications of such an act.
Should you choose to spare Lee's life, then I will take it myself. Enjoy your victory, Commander. It will be the last I deliver you.
Damn. Well, there's sequence 10, and we're not even 2 hours in yet. And I'm going to assume, looking at the sequence list, that I'm going to be thrust right into a modern day segment. And after that, there's only 5 left. So I wasn't planning on powering through the rest of this, but I feel like getting this far in less than 2 hours, I kind of feel like it's too early to
Something's
stop.
happened, Desmond. Abstergo has your dad.
Fuck.
Where?
Italy. Same place they were holding you.
What are you two waiting for? Let's go.
There's more.
Hello again, Mr. Miles.
This fucking
I hope this
guy.
message finds you well, or as well as it can, all things considered. It appears we now each have something the other desires. I propose a trade. Bring me the apple, and I'll return your father to you no worse for the wear. Should you refuse, he will still be returned, albeit much worse for the wear. I assume you'd like to avoid an unpleasant outcome.
Oh boy.
I always knew it would come to this. Just not so soon. I wonder if Abstergo even knows what's about to happen. And has this been a part of their plan all along? Maybe they want the world to end. To see it all burned away. Then they'd have their new world, ripe for the reshaping. We talked about looking for another power source, leaving him there. It's probably what he'd want, for us to finish the mission. But I can't. It's hard enough taking a life, but letting one be taken? Knowing there was something I could do about it? Not a chance. Might be I'm risking my life, risking all our lives to save an asshole. What else am I supposed to do? That asshole is my dad.
They're probably holding your father on the upper level. Same place they kept you. There's an elevator bank down the hall. Try not to let them see you.
Now
They know
back
I'm
to
here,
where it all
Rebecca.
began.
There's no way they don't.
This was a bad idea.
Yeah, this just seems like a brilliant plan. To just walk in the front door. Like, come on now.
Hand over your weapons and come with me, sir.
I can show myself in, but thanks for the offer.
I'd rather this not turn ugly, Mr. Miles.
Then let me through.
Subdue the subject, please.
I don't think so, big fella. Damn!
Tell me what kind of man you are, Chekhov!
I like the little move off the wall he did there. That was neat.
Fourth floor.
Well, I see you've learned absolutely nothing since you left us. Walking into an elevator in the middle of a hostile environment. Really?
Where's my father?
You'll see him soon enough. Now be a good boy and wait for security to fetch you.
No, I don't think I'm gonna wait
You're
to
gonna
be
have to climb the
fetched.
rest of the way.
He's headed up the elevator shaft. Send someone in.
Oh, there we go. You're the expert, Grim. I just work here.
Need eyes on him.
He can't be far. Where the hell is he?
Oof. Didn't see that coming. Alright, I guess we have to do this the hard way.
Dad could be anywhere. Sorry, but I just don't know where he is.
That's okay. I do.
Blech. Ugh. Telling you, man, a modern day Assassin's Creed game would be dope. Oh, look where we are.
Give me the apple. Let's not draw this out. You got nowhere to go, and I've got a gun. Speaking of which, it's the 21st century and you're still running around with only a tiny knife for protection? It's stupid. All right, Desmond. Game's over. Not now. Not now. Ja jeszcze robota. Niet. Get out!
What the hell was that?
What the hell's going on with that guy?
Get out! Get out! Get out!
Enough is enough, Mr. Miles. I invited you here in the spirit of cooperation, but you responded to my hospitality with only violence. I had hoped we might preserve you and further study your memories. But you're not worth the trouble. I hereby authorize the use of deadly force. Kill the bastard,
I
and then
didn't see where he
transmit
went.
the apple.
I lost him. So they've got multiple animuses here in, like, cubicles. Animuses? Animi? I don't know what plural animus would be. There you are. Didn't realize I was supposed to take him out, but okay. I thought I was just supposed to follow him. Elevator again, Desmond?
Vidic's office is up ahead.
You killed him. Daniel was like a son. A sickly son, perhaps, but one full of promise. He had come so much and so well, and now you've taken him from me, from us, like the axe. We want to help the world, Desmond, to save it yourself. But you keep getting in the way. All our hard work ruined. You're a fanatic all your time, maintaining the erroneous belief that we are evil, that the work we do is wrong. Enrich lives here. We save and transform them. Just keep taking and take what isn't yours!
I'll let you in.
Yeah, let me in. Oh, that right there.
Dad?
Not so fast, Mr. Miles. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm the one calling the shots. Now give me the apple.
You want it? Fine. Here it is.
Wait! No!
Epic! Desmond ain't fucking around.
Never
dude.
should have come here. You put everything on the line. For what? So you could rescue your father?
Yeah.
There's our last power source. You know, one thing I really do like about the modern day sequences is the fact that they don't give you like a HUD and button prompts and things like that. So it really kind of drives the point home that, you know, like button prompts and a HUD and all that stuff is Animus technology. And once you step out of the Animus, all that goes away. I can really appreciate that detail. Alright, so we got our power source. We got dear old dad back. Fucked some people up.
I'd get the power source hooked up before heading back into the Animus. But it's your call.
Well, I did read we had some more emails. Let's check these out real quick. You're kind, you wretched, simple things, one step removed from animals. One step removed, no steps. None. You are animals. We had the sense, the sixth. We were transcendent. You were pretenders. You suppress your artifacts are lies. Economy, philosophy, literature, love, all born of desperation, denying what you are. Animals. Who root, who feast, who fuck, who kill, hate. This is what I think of you when I think of you. Sound a little angry. I know you think it's dangerous for me to head to Egypt on my own, and you're probably right. Wouldn't be surprised if Cross is already there. They're locking these things down left and right, but we don't have a lot of options. If there's a chance to grab the last power source, we've got to take it. I promise I'll be careful. I've been fighting these bastards since before you were born. Literally. The ones you name Minerva and Tinia, they called you here and then left. Don't you find it odd that they would go through all the trouble and then just disappear? There were discs here once. I threw them into the abyss when I still could. I think they were meant for you. Filled with lies. You don't need such things. I alone will guide you. You don't trust me. I am the enemy. I bade you kill the traitor, but if you hadn't, you would have died, and the world as well. I hate you, but you will save us. So I offer my hand. I will lead you to salvation. There were discs here once. So did they leave like memory seals, like Altair left, and Ezio? Like did they do that? Because that would have been cool. They're going to be here soon. Trapped me in this damn museum. Should have taken more precautions. I'm sorry, son. It wasn't fair for me to come down on you the way I did. You never asked for any of this. I should have been more understanding. I hope I can give you. I love you. Alright, well, let's see. What's Rebecca
Hey, Desmond, didn't Subject 16's...
His name was Clay.
Sorry, didn't Clay say Washington was a Templar?
No, he indicated that Washington came into contact with an Apple of Eden, but beyond that, it's all speculation. Furthermore, judging from the portrait referenced by Clay, the event occurred much later in Washington's life. Perhaps Connor wasn't even involved. It's very hard to know for sure. We'll just have to wait and see what, if anything, happens.
So what was it like being back at Abstergo?
I didn't expect to get out of there alive. It's a good thing Cross broke down the way he did. If he wasn't losing his mind, I'd probably be dead.
I guess he never really recovered.
What do you mean?
When he first came to us, he was exhibiting symptoms of the bleeding effect. It was real bad. He'd just go in and out at a moment's notice. No animus required. Got a little violent, too, sometimes. It took a while and a bunch of therapy, but we thought we had it under control. Once he went back over to Abstergo, though, who knows what they did to him.
I still worry about that happening to me.
He was raised in an animus, Desmond. There's overexposure, and then there's Daniel. Poor guy. That could never happen to you. We won't let it. Hey, when this is all over, we should take a trip somewhere. Celebratory vacation.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Now listen to you. Italy, Brazil, and the United States, all in the span of a few weeks. And you're complaining about not getting out enough?
Seriously, Sean?
No, not seriously. Are you mad? Trust me, no one wants time off more than I do, right? Do you have any idea how hard it is to crank those database entries out as fast as I do?
The sooner we're done here, the sooner we can take that vacation.
Alright. So there's dear old Dad. Let's see what he's got to say real fast. I just don't like skipping these conversations because there is so little modern day story.
Hello.
Hey. Do you think killing Vidic set Abstergo back?
I doubt it. I'm sure he pioneered the Animus, but they've had the technology for decades now. Plenty of other people can take his place.
And Cross?
Oh, he was a loose cannon. I doubt anyone's mourning his death. I think these days he was more a symbol than an asset. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dismiss what you did. But it's going to take a lot more than a couple of deaths to stop the Templars.
Did Vidic put you in an animus when you were at Abstergo? They'd be able to search your memories and track you back here.
Oh, they definitely tried, but I made things difficult for them. You can resist, you can cloud up the transmission, or just refuse to move. Eventually, they would have gotten what they needed, but it still would have taken them weeks.
Vidic threatened to put me in a coma once.
It would have made you more pliable. But if the user isn't engaged, it's a mess. I know they've been working on ways to extract memories and let others sift through those memories. Maybe they're even analyzing mine right now. Maybe they'll find us. I don't know. What I do know is that we've got to get through that door.
Yeah. I should probably get back into the Animus. Hey. So, when this is over, and assuming it all works out, I was hoping I could, you know, come home.
I'd like nothing more. We're almost there, son.
Alright, let's go talk to Shawnee Boy real quick. We'll go up there with that power source. Then after that, we only got 5 more sequences to get through.
I regret not asking you to hack into the Abstergo servers while you were there. A couple of well-placed relays and we'd be swimming in information.
We have everything we need.
Yeah, except the key.
We're close.
How do you know?
I just do.
I've been poking around a bit. Did you know there are machines down here that make, well, mana?
Wizard mana or biblical mana?
What do you think? Biblical, of course. The Greeks called it ambrosia. The Indians, amrit or soma. Most cultures around the world refer to a divine food, though I'd say its taste is anything but.
You ate something that came out of a 75,000-year-old machine?
And I live to tell the tale.
So? What did it taste like?
Cardboard. Tasted of cardboard. Hardly the stuff of legends, though. I wonder if the first civilization didn't taste differently than we do.
Maybe the flavorizer broke.
Flavorizer. You've certainly got away with words, Rebecca.
I love Sean.
Things are getting worse outside.
What do you mean?
Every day for the past 2 weeks, the sun has been throwing off larger and larger flares. Older satellites are starting to malfunction. I hear rumblings of recalling the crew on the International Space Station. There's already work being done as well to shield power stations and transformers on the ground. Not that any of it matters. This goes far beyond some brownouts. We all saw what's actually coming.
Do you know how it works?
Look, I'm no physicist, but it's something to do with the Earth's geomagnetic field. The flares and mass ejections disturb it, which appears to trigger seismic events. I've tried reaching out to people who might know better, but they all insist it's bunk. And I don't blame them. It sounds ridiculous.
I wish it was.
Best we finish up with Connor.
Alright, let's go talk to Juno here real quick. Man, I really would like to, I don't know, I kind of feel like if I jump down here, I'm gonna die. Yeah. Yeah, it won't let me go down there. That's unfortunate. Because if Juno's talking about them, leaving memory seals around here somewhere, I'd like to find one. Although that's fairly doubtful, I think. Wishful thinking, I suppose.
A new world approached. One that was dark and cold. It would consume us. For we were flesh, and flesh is frail. Though suits and shields might offer comfort, such adornments would not suffice. Not to save us all. So we sought to change what we were. In this manner, we might thrive in a world made poisonous. It was Aita who volunteered to see if it might be done. Aita, my husband, my love. In the end, it changed him, ruined him. He was made a prisoner of the machines. The body might survive, but his mind became brittle to the touch. He begged me for release, for days, for weeks, for months. I pleaded with him to give us time to find another way. But there wasn't one. Not for him. Not for us.
Damn. Oh, I see. I gotta go up. Or not. I feel like I gotta go over here, and then over here. Oh, I have to let off the R2 button and then he won't jump over.
What is consciousness but a series of electrical impulses? And the body a vessel to hold these sparks. But it is weak. In time, it decays and crumbles into dust. We asked ourselves then, what if it might be replaced with something stronger, something better? So we forged a new vessel, one that might endure. It proved easy enough to enter. But to leave required something more, something wrong. And so this too they abandoned. I wondered, though, were they right to turn away?
Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure what she's talking about with this one. Alright, there's the last power source. Alright, let's jump back in the Animus. Five sequences to go. And that's including modern day. So it looks like I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 more historical memories to get through, and I've been skating through these pretty quick, so this shouldn't
stretch, Desmond.
Be a marathon.
I can feel it.
Might go a little beyond the 3 hours, but I can't imagine it taking
the tides of war are turning.
Too long.
The Loyalists fall back beneath the advancing Patriot army, their hold on this land weakening by the day. But the Templars only seem to grow stronger. Though fewer in number, the threat they pose appears undiminished. Making matters worse, Washington chose to spare the life of Charles Lee. I am told he has taken refuge inside Fort George, and so my days are spent searching for a way to breach its walls. Of my father, there is no trace, and I am glad of it. If I can be rid of Lee, there may still be a chance for reconciliation. And through it, peace.
1781 now.
Connor, he's asking for you.
Uh-oh. Kelly's must be getting older.
Hello, Connor. Come now. Your sadness won't sustain me any more than that fool woman's soups and potions. Tell me of your latest exploits.
Charles Lee has been exposed, and the Patriots finally rid of him. They march now to secure the remaining cities that this country might finally be free.
Then you have won. The land and your people are safe. Yet you seem troubled.
Washington spared Lee's life.
So long as he lives, all are in danger. The same is true for your father. When you first came to me, you understood what had to be done, swore you'd see it through. If not for the Brotherhood, for your people, and all those threatened by the Templars.
But with Lee gone, my father might...
Listen to me. You have not come this far to throw it all away over misplaced sentiment. Both men must die.
Achilles.
There is nothing more to discuss.
Connor, I came as soon as I could.
Tell me you bring good news.
The Comte de Grasse said yes. You need only join his fleet in Chesapeake Bay and they will serve as required. But what exactly is it you intend?
It's better that I show you.
Alright, we got 3 left still.
Charles Lee may have been dismissed, but it does not mean we are safe.
But the commander?
The commander underestimates the threat, and no more time can be wasted trying to convince him otherwise. I must do this on my own.
Do what, exactly?
Kill Charles Lee. He hides within Fort George, which is itself surrounded by a militarized district. I cannot hope to infiltrate it directly, so I will go under instead.
Incroyable.
The tunnels leading to the fort have been filled in. While I secure the Admiral's ships, I need you to clear them for me.
And the ships?
When signaled, they will bombard the fort.
Breaching its walls and creating a distraction, I see.
In the chaos, I will slip inside, find Charles Lee, and silence him forever.
Timu Dutch going down. Yeah, I know we've talked about this before. Almost every time we reach the end, towards the end of a game, and I know I said I was gonna, stretch this out over the next 2 streams because end game always gets a little longer. But it's like I feel like I'm so close. You know what I mean? And it's like I really don't want to sit down Sunday and be done with this in an hour. Because then I don't know what the hell I'm going to do after that. Like, I got through sequences 9 and 10 a little quicker than I expected. Well, I'm curious to see what that is. But we're going to stick with the exclamation point. Break through the blockade to access the bay, avoiding Loyalist ships.
Ready the crew, Mr. Faulkner. We sail for Chesapeake Bay.
Lafayette promised me a fleet beyond compare and a captain without peer. Instead, I find myself greeted by one old ship and a boy in costume.
I promise we are all you need, Admiral.
I doubt this very much, but beggars do not choose.
And the ships I require?
They are yours, provided we survive this.
What would you have me do?
Hold the bay while I engage the main fleet. Should any British ships dare approach, destroy them. They must be kept from Yorktown.
Aye, aye, Capitan.
Hell is manifest upon the sea! How many do you reckon?
Too many.
If anyone can hold the line, 'tis us. I only hope the Admiral's quick to return. Enemy approaching! All right, boys! Make ready for
war!
Oh,
hell.
Looks like they're coming to say hello. Ready yourselves! Aye, aye!
Man, imagine being on a ship during some shit like this. All right. Although I feel like that was one of my allies that just got sunk.
We're down a ship. Take care.
Ah, it's not over yet. Oh, that's my ally. Damn! Had a feeling I wasn't going to make it through that one, and I have a feeling I'm going to have to do this entire naval battle with, you know, from beginning to end. I don't feel like there was going to be a checkpoint in there.
Enough! We're down a ship. Take care.
Okay. Well, kind of got a checkpoint in there. Yeah, and like, I mean, Black Flag is certainly well regarded for a reason. It's a solid game, and I really do think they did a good job with this. And the gameplay of Black Flag was really well done. It's just the storyline is where it really fell flat for me. Alright, got it. It's too bad their game Skull and Bones turned out to be such a massive disappointment. That game was in development hell for like 10 years, and then it turned into some online-only bullshit. To the next encounter? Shit.
Ship low! Escort's all stuck. We're on our own now, sir.
Yay.
My God. Where are our blasted reinforcements?
They will come. We must hold the bay until they do.
Oh, this is madness. You're alone and we're without reinforcements.
Oh, great. We have half our health.
We're under attack! Man-of-war's firing!
And we gotta take on a fucking man-of-war.
All our guns are down. We've no way to defend ourselves now. That beast is sure to sink us if we're not careful.
He's not really planning to board them, is he? Has he lost his mind? He's going to get us all killed.
Faulkner.
All right, let's go. Hell of a way to take the ship out. Jump the thing, man.
You mad bastard.
He's like, that's how you do it, son.
They say you took down that man-of-war all alone. Perhaps Lafayette did not exaggerate when he spoke of your abilities. As promised, my ships are yours to command. What do you require?
5 of them must enter New York's harbor flying British flags.
Wait. I thought you might need some pirates killed or goods transported, and instead, you asked for us to, what, shell New York?
No. Of course not. Only part of it.
Explain yourself.
I mean to infiltrate Fort George, but it is too well guarded. Cannon fire will breach its walls and scatter its guards.
And a ship that flies the French flag could never get near it.
You understand, then?
Not at all. But a promise is a promise, even when made to a lunatic.
I will light a signal fire when it is time for you to attack.
Vous l'avez entendu, récupérez leurs drapeaux qu'on puisse les accrocher. Allez, vite!
All right, we got four sequences left. A new painting is available at the manor.
Hello, Connor. Welcome back.
Is everything in place?
Oui. Lafayette waits for you inside the tunnel beneath the city.
Yeah, I feel like, again, I would like to play the fourth game again. But, it's just, I've done so much Assassin's Creed on stream that I feel like it's time to move on to something else. But depending on how things play out over the next couple of months, I might be able to, you know, revisit some of the series. Yeah, I might be able to, you know, maybe in a couple months, if this is still, if I can still do this, then I can do the fourth one and do some other stuff.
I think a man like that is less likely to dream of thrones. All men dream of thrones. It is in our nature. Then what would you do? It might be less predictable once more.
I'm coming for you, Charles. It's time to die, Charles.
Connor. This tunnel will take you into the military district.
And the Admiral?
He waits for you to light the signal. And then the strike begins. And we will be there as well.
Stefan and his butcher knife. Well, I can see what's going to happen to him. Death to a shitter of the world. Oh, that dude's gonna end up detecting me, ain't he? No? Sweet. Light them up, men! Well, that plan went south real fast.
Need to get inside the fort. I am in no condition to fight. Need to stay away from the guards.
Well, this plan worked out great.
Where are you, Charles?
Gone.
Come now. You cannot hope to match me, Connor. For all your skills, you're still but a boy, with so much left to learn.
Give me Lee!
Impossible. He is the promise of a better future. The sheep.
So much for a rift between Hatham and Charles.
He has been dismissed and censured. He can do nothing for you now.
A temporary setback. He will be restored.
You act as though you have some right to judge. To declare me and mine wrong for the world. And yet everything I've shown you. We did not harm your people! We did not support the crown! We worked to see this land united and at peace!
I would have liked it straight, like, one-on-one fight with him. Not what we're getting.
Surrender, and I will spare you.
Brave words from a man about to die.
You fare no better.
Even when your kind appears to triumph, still we rise again. And do you know why? It's because the Order is born of a realization. We require no creed, no indoctrination by desperate old men. All we need is that the world be as it is. And this is why the Templars will never be destroyed.
Rookie mistake, Hatham.
Don't think I've any intention of caressing your cheek and saying I was wrong. I will not weep and wonder what might have been. I'm sure you understand. Still, I'm proud of you in a way. You have shown great conviction, strength, courage. All noble qualities. I should have killed you long ago.
We've got a problem. Hatham doesn't have the amulet anymore.
But the temple still still sending data. There must be more to this story.
Only one way to find out.
I really wish Connor and Haytham's story had a better ending than that. So that's the end of sequence 11. So we've just got 3 more sequences to get through. And one of them is the ending. So I've got 2 more, essentially, memories to get through. And then we'll see Endgame. So it's going to go a little bit long, but I got through sequence 11 here in like 25 minutes. Yeah,
My father is dead. Charles Lee now leads the Templar Order in his place. I see now why ours is an eternal war. For each piece taken from the board, another is placed upon it. Back and forth we go, across the world, across the ages. Some days mine feels an impossible task, but I cannot afford to be consumed with doubt. The people need me, now more than ever. I must stop the Templars. I will kill Charles Lee.
Like, I kind of feel like we should have killed Charles first, and then Haytham could have then taken issue with that. You know, and that could have led to a nice, like, epic final showdown between Connor and Haytham. You know, and maybe they have a father-son type conversation where, yeah, Haytham says essentially the same thing that he did, where, like, you know, don't expect me to weep and wipe your cheek.
Today to remember a man of peerless vision,
you know, and things of that nature, but
change the world. And change the world he did. Look around. Even now the British prepare to retreat.
It just, yeah, it didn't, I felt like it could have been more
Their
epic.
forces splintered. The Patriot leadership shall soon follow. Either into our service or into the ground. And then, my friends, he sent me away that day at Fort George. He feared for my safety. I should have stayed. He said there was no danger.
He was wrong.
I will kill you, Connor. This I swear. Not here, though. Not today. First, I'll destroy all you hold dear. I'll burn that homestead of yours to the ground and roast the severed heads of your precious founding fathers in its flames. And when I've finished with them, all the rest will burn as well. Your merry band of assassins, the human refuse that lives on your land, your village and its people, all of it, gone.
You can try, Charles. But as with all your schemes, this too will end in failure.
Get him on his feet. He will wait. He will watch. And then, when he's seen all his life's work brought to ruin, only then will I allow him to die. Take him away.
I mean, I definitely feel like killing Charles will be a lot more satisfactory than Haytham, just because Charles is a
now,
fuck.
Are you, boy?
Oh, I don't... Do I... Oh, okay, there we go.
Where is Charles Lee gone?
The harbor. To catch a ferry.
I guess we're gonna go swimming. Yeah, come back here, Timu Dutch. Time to die! That's a big ass boat, though. Oh, shit. I guess I missed the part where I'm supposed to do this undetected.
I believe these men meet the requirements. You believe incorrectly. They're sick and weak. We're looking to build an army, not fill an almshouse.
It will take months to get them into fighting shape. We don't have the time.
No. Please. We'll do anything you want. Anything. Only take us with you.
Quiet, whelp! Your merchandise is useless to us.
Perhaps we should discuss this back in my cabin.
He was just going for a swim. damn it.
As you should be. For us to have come all this way for nothing. Tell me now why I shouldn't have you thrown into the sea.
No need to be rash. Only give me a little more time. I'll scour the other ships if I must. I'm certain there are prisoners who will meet your needs.
Very well. You have 2 days.
Thank you.
Present yourself to the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston with the men you've chosen. We shall meet you there along with our master.
Okay, this should be the final historical sequence. Now, I feel like I should probably leave the Animus real quick and go through these emails real fast. Because I think I got like 2 or 3. I would like to read those real fast. Because I feel like once I come back out of the Animus, I might not have that opportunity.
Yeah, we should probably get back to work.
I'm scared. What if we don't find the key? What if we do but run out of time? What if whatever's down here doesn't work? I mean, what's changed? The first Civ tried to save themselves and failed. And this place is shut down and sealed up. Doesn't really feel like the sort of place we're going to find answers to all of our problems. Doesn't help that the people who brought us here are missing. Just worried this isn't going to work. I don't want to die. Forgive my outburst. It has been a long time. I have been alone in this place for too long. Waiting. Hoping. Soon you will see all I have promised. Only hurry and find the key. Restore power to this place. Good news, bad news. Which would you like first? Not really the time for this. Okay, sorry. So much for injecting a little pre-Christmas cheer into these otherwise dour proceedings. The good news is that as far as I can tell, the Eye Abstergo launch has been postponed permanently. With Vidic dead, thanks to dear Desmond, and the Apple of Eden still safely in our possession, there's no way they'll make their date. I suppose there's always the chance they'll manage to retrieve another apple and start the whole process over, but all of our intel says they've got no leads. We're safe from that particular threat, at least for now. The bad news is we've got less than 48 hours to open the temple doors. Whatever's meant to happen on the 21st, and it's likely a whole lot worse than Eye Abstergo. I think we'd all like to very much to ensure it doesn't. So we're now 2 days away from the end of the world. So let's hop back in the Animus, finish off Charles, get the key, and then save the world. We're right there. So I guess I just travel to anywhere in Boston, I guess. I like how he's got a different look to him, you know, to like basically finish up this war that he declared all those years ago, because it's been quite a long time that he put that hatchet in Achilles' porch. Okay, so there's our main mission, so we'll fast travel here. And this is where it all began in the, was it the Green Dragon Tavern? Or the Green Dragon Inn? Green Dragon something. Here we go. He's just going to walk right in.
Need something, darling?
No.
Rude.
Rude.
Can I help you? You know you can. Pardon? Oh! I do not like having my time wasted. Stop that! Oh, don't make me call the guards! Make a sound and you die. What do you want? He's in the harbor, at the Long Pier, most likely. We heard what happened at the parade. Charles got all nervous. Said he was leaving the country. I thought he was overreacting. Guess not. No! Thank you.
Of course Charles is trying to run away. He a bitch. I'm pretty sure this is the harbor where Hatham got off the ship to start this whole mess.
Formal ratification establishing 13 sovereign states as a confederation.
Sweet.
You can't go in there! There's been an accident!
Come here, Charles. I do remember this being kind of a pain in the ass. Sweet. It's easy as hell to get lost inside this ship. And I gotta do the entire chase from the beginning every time. I feel like there should be a checkpoint right here. See, I should be able to assassinate his ass right here. Negative review on Steam. I feel like this isn't the right way to go. I feel like I need to get over here somewhere and then get topside. I don't remember how to do this. right through there. Of course, I made that way more difficult than it needed to be. Kill his ass. Kill him.
Why do you persist? You put us down, we rise again. You end one plot, we forge another. You try so hard, but it always ends the same. Those who know you think you mad, and this is why. Even those men you sought to save have turned their backs on you. Yet you fight. You resist. Why?
Because no one else will.
Got him. Or not. So the pillar that was, or no, he wasn't trapped underneath the pillar. He was just stabbed and immobilized for a minute. All right, where the hell did he go now? He actually walks faster if I don't press R2.
Rough night, was it? He headed inland. Took a ferry up the Charles River.
I will need passage as well.
Of course. Only say the word.
Let's go. I love how he didn't even say a word to him. Six months later, Charles Lee's finally dead. The Templars... There was one Templar left in the basement, though. Like, because there was 3 pictures down there that weren't crossed off. One was Hatham, one was Charles, and I feel like there was one other one.
Why would they leave this behind?
Same. I feel like Charles should have been taken out before Hatham.
Long have we waited for you to return. You have done as we asked. You have succeeded.
No! I have failed! My people are gone! Chased out by those who I thought would protect them!
It is a trade, a sacrifice, and not in vain. For you have found it.
This?
Now you must hide it, where none shall think to look, and then in time, what once was, shall be, again.
I do not understand.
Nor need you. Only do as we ask. Then, you may do as you wish.
But what of my people?
You have saved this place, as was your people's purpose, and that matters most.
It is not enough.
It will never be enough. You strive for that which does not exist. Still, you have made a difference, and you will do so again. Remember, you must hide the amulet where none might find it.
So, his people left anyways. Memento unlocked in the ADB in the manor. Interesting hiding spot.
I know where the key is. Then let's go. Guess this is it.
We're right behind you.
Okay, so I do have a chance to read emails and shit. And it's kind of cool that, like, all of them are right behind Desmond. Let me check to see if there's any more real fast. I don't think there will be. Oh, there is. Nope, I read these already. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Moment of truth.
I'm just kind of curious how they knew that that amulet was the key to this thing that nobody's ever been inside. Like, and this was really kind of the, aside from the key, this was like the only game where we weren't given like a clear-cut, like, hey, this is why we're going through Hatham and Connor's memories. Like, aside from the key, that's it. But like, how did they come to that conclusion?
Yes. Come. Here, at last. You know our story now. Of how we tried. Of how we failed. All our hopes extinguished. Save one. Your touch. A spark. A spark to save the world.
Wait! Do not touch the pedestal.
Minerva?
You. But how? You left. You destroyed the device.
Did you think there was only one?
What the hell is going on here?
You must not free her.
Free her?
Juno dwells within these walls, awaiting release. I will explain. While we worked to save the world, she sought instead to conquer it. She used our machines to set her plans in motion. Divination through numbers. There is a pattern to existence. To comprehend the calculations is to tame time. This was my focus. And so I built the eye to aid us. But she turned it towards her own ends. When we discovered her treachery, we put a stop to it. And then we left. But first we called to you, that you might try again. We thought it would be safe with her gone. Now I see we were deceived. She survived, she endured, and then she began to work. For centuries, Tinia and I walked the world, hoping to rekindle the spark of civilization. We shared what we knew as best we could. We were not the only ones, but for all the power we wrought, still death would claim us. But before it did, I would have one last look to know if we had succeeded.
That's how you're here now?
I had hoped you might find this place and finish our work. But it is too late. You and the Templars have squabbled over our refuse. You have wasted centuries, and so you have lost your chance. You cannot hope to stop the end now, Desmond. Only to survive.
She's lying! Only touch the pedestal and the world will be saved.
Better the world burn than she be loosed upon it.
Is that so? Show him then.
But he will not understand. It is complicated. It is...
Show me.
He's like, I've seen enough shit. I don't know why this got so quiet.
But this does not end the world. Merely heralds its arrival. Darkness follows. Then you emerge, resolving to lay a foundation that such a tragedy does not befall the world again. You will become a symbol to those who survive. Hope, knowledge, determination. You will inspire them to rebuild, to thrive once more. And as the world heals, so too will humanity. But you are just a man, frail and mortal. You pass from the world, leaving behind only a memory. A legacy. You will be remembered first as a hero, later as a legend, and in time, as a god. It is the cruelest fate to have written words that meant well, and see them made wicked and unwise. What was meant to encourage life, used instead to justify taking it. And so now you see that what was shall be again. So tell me, how is this better?
I don't know why. I don't know why that entire montage was so quiet.
She would sacrifice you, sacrifice the world, for no other reason than to deny me vindication.
They will enslave your kind, Desmond. Is this not why you fight? Is this not why you came here? To ensure more than just your race's future, but its freedom?
What future? What freedom? Billions dead and the whole cycle begun anew? This world has known nothing but heartache and horror since we left it.
Our gift to them. And you'd see it all returned.
Enough!
You must not do this.
Whatever Juno's planning, however terrible it might seem today, we'll find a way to stop it. But the alternative, what you want, there's no hope there.
If you free her, you'll be destroyed.
It will happen in an instant. There will be no pain.
You mustn't.
It's done, Minerva. The decision's made.
Then the consequences of this mistake are yours to live and die with.
You need to go. All of you. Now. Get as far away from here as you can.
Come with us. We'll find another way.
There isn't time.
Son.
You know it's true. It's already started. I need to do this now. So go. Go!
It's some sort of global aurora borealis. Never seen anything like this before. Eyewitnesses describe electrical storms and erratic displays of unusual weather. Residents are being asked to remain inside and wait for... Geological surveys are now reporting seismic activity throughout the Ring of Fire. Northeastern Canada is said to be experiencing the largest on record. Satellites and transformers are failing as the flare increases in intensity. Worldwide reports of blackouts and seems to be receding. Residual seismic and volcanic activity is being reported, but nothing approaching earlier levels. Obviously, it'll be a while before experts are able to assess the full extent of the damage caused by today's event. But it appears the worst is behind us. We'll be sure to bring you more as this story develops.
It is done. The world is saved. You played your part well, Desmond. But now it's time that I played mine.
So there we have it, the finale of the Desmond Saga. I was talking to Grim about this the other day, and I really kind of wish that you were given the option to make the choice. But then again, they did kind of lay out, you can kind of, I mean, they did, I suppose, with the ending we got, leave it open for another game. It wasn't like a complete 100%, final hoorah for the series. But you can tell that it was maybe in a way designed to end here, and then we just speculate from this point onward. So it feels like a definitive ending, but also at the same time it doesn't. It's a little weird. But they did a good job, I guess, showing you what the alternative would be. That humanity would still survive, that Desmond would essentially be deified and remembered as a god, and then his words twisted, and, humanity basically repeats the whole cycle. At this point, with where the series has gone, and I guess how far it's gotten away from what it used to be, I almost wouldn't be upset if they went back to this and then kind of split the timeline. Like, give us an alternate universe where Desmond doesn't save the world, and we maybe get a game that takes place in the future rather than in the past. Something like that. Because it would be interesting to see where you could go with the story from here, on the route of Desmond doesn't save the world. Because I guess since this game, we've gotten 4 Rogue, Unity, Syndicate, Origins, Brotherhood, or not Brotherhood, Odyssey, Valhalla, Mirage, and Shadows. So there's been 9 games since this one. And the way the games have gone since this one haven't been overly great. But the story in this one was better historically. The story was better than I remember it. But then again, I also did not expect to get through this game in only 4 streams. I expected it to take a lot longer. But I also didn't do anything extra outside the main story. And that was for 2 reasons. Number 1, the Assassin's Creed fatigue is starting to set in a little bit. And I kind of got excited to move on and play something else. I do really enjoy the series, but when you think of a series playthrough, you think maybe 3, 4, 5 games. I started with Mirage, did 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, Shadows, and now this one. So I'm 6 games deep at this point, and it's like I was ready to get to the end and all that. But secondly, I felt like the historical story was secondary in this game. There was more of it than the modern day, but I felt like the modern day story was way more important than the historical part. And so it didn't really, I guess if you want to get immersed in the story and immersed in the game, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me as a player to run around and do all this extra stuff in Hatham and Connor's time when, theoretically, in the present day, we need to get through this as quickly as we can to find that damn key. So it seemed like it would kind of be a waste of time to go through all of the extra stuff. I did rush this a little bit. I got through sequence 9 and 10 a little faster than I thought I would. And by the time I finished up the Abstergo bit, I only had 5 more sequences to get through. So this did go on a little long. I usually try to keep them around 3 hours. We're 42 minutes past that point. But I didn't really want to cut it off, at an hour and 45 minutes and then do another one Sunday, because Sundays I have a little bit more wiggle room. So I know I'm probably going to regret this tomorrow morning when I have to get up, going an additional hour. And I said I wasn't going to do it, and then I did it. So Grim, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the Desmond storyline. The endings in both endings, both the historical ending and the modern day ending, did seem a little bit rushed. Not just because of the way that I played them, but the finale of Connor's story with killing Hatham was a little lackluster. I do like how Connor finally gets to Charles Lee, doesn't say a word, and then just stabs him in the chest. That was dope. But I feel like it would have been more satisfactory to kill Charles first, and then, because it was looking like possibly that there may have been a quarrel, or a rift growing between Charles and Hatham. And so it would have been, I feel like maybe a little better to kill Charles first, and then Hatham, even though he may have had a little bit of a rift with Charles developing, all the years that they spent, because this game spans from 1952, and I think Hatham comes to Boston in 1954, all the way to 1981. So that's 27 years. So obviously Hatham and Charles would have had some sort of bond by that point. And I feel like for somebody like Hatham, that loyalty and that bond that he built with Charles would have mattered more to him than what happened to Connor and his people. So I feel like at that point, Hatham would have had maybe a major issue, and whatever chances that there could have been for Hatham and Connor to reconcile and do things together would have been crushed at that point, because Hatham wouldn't have been able to get over the loss of Charles, because Charles, it seems like, very quickly rose to be Hatham's right-hand man and was there for the better part of 2 decades. And so that would have been the final straw, that final catalyst to bring us to a showdown between Hatham and Connor. And then Connor then could have got the amulet from Hatham. I mean, it makes sense that Hatham would have given up the search for the the precursor sites, as he called them. But it still would have made more sense for him to have the key, because as far as I know, Hatham was always the Grand Master of the Templars. So it's a little weird to me that all of a sudden Charles ended up with it, but Charles was such an asshole. And so I can see how saving his death for the very end would maybe be a little bit more satisfactory. But I feel like the potential for a better story was there. Yeah, it is lacking a little bit of a punch. Even the historical, or even the modern day ending, it's Desmond saves the world and, everything's great, but now he's dead. But now it's not just that Desmond saved the world. If it would have just been that, I feel like it would have been something else. But to throw that twist in at the end with Minerva and Juno, that, if you save the world, then Juno will be released on the world. And it's okay, well, now we really have to consider the possibility, but Desmond's just nah, we can deal with whatever is, she's going to throw our way. And then, he presumably dies, and Juno's all right, lit, I can, go out, I can go into the out now. And that's kind of where it ends. It leaves it on a little bit of a cliffhanger. Yeah, the modern day is the purpose for everything. So let's take Shadows out of the equation. Let's take Mirage out of the equation, and let's just talk the Desmond Saga, which is 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3. It's a what is that? A 5-game story arc, and for it to end that way, I feel like the build, especially in this game, like this game, I think had the most modern day sequences of any other Assassin's Creed game. And I really enjoyed it. I thought they were the modern day sequences were extremely well done in this game. I enjoyed the hell out of them, and I really feel like there's potential to do like a full-on modern day Assassin's Creed game. But the modern day was the reason we went through Altair's memories. The modern day was the reason we spent 3 games going through Ezio's memories. The modern day was the reason we went through Haytham and Connor's memories. There was the historical stories was the purpose for the modern day. And it just kind of seems like the ending, it's like, I don't know, maybe they just built it up so well and so much that maybe there wasn't really a good way to end the story with how much build that it got. I don't really know. Yeah, and it's all just, you know, a massive plot for Juno to free herself, and why? Like, what is she going to do, you know, when she gets out there? You know, take over the world? I mean... And again, it's the sad part is, spoiler alert for Assassin's Creed 4 is the next one in the series. From what I understand and from what I remember, again, spoiler alert, Juno doesn't actually like take on like a physical like body. Essentially, Juno infects like the world's computer system as almost like an AI type entity. A sentient AI within the world's computer systems, somehow. And she talked about her husband, Aita. Essentially, what they did was similar to Valhalla in a way. They took Aita's like DNA sequence and inserted it into the human genome. So throughout the course of history, there was several what they called sages who were reincarnations of Aita. And so, essentially, you have this guy in Abstergo who's a modern-day reincarnation of Aita that's trying to, like, free Juno from this, like, digital computer realm or some shit. And that's what's taking place in the 4th game. And then they drop it completely and wrap that entire storyline up in a digital comic book. And in this digital comic book, you then find out that Desmond had a son who was also a sage. So therefore, Desmond's son was a reincarnation of Aita, who was an Isu, and it got really messy, really fucking fast. And again, the conclusion of this entire thing wasn't even wrapped up in the games. It was wrapped up in a digital comic book. And so when you look at where the series went after this too, it's kind of like, where was the payoff for this story? You know, it's like you had a good thing going with Desmond and the Assassins and the Templars and the Apples and, you know, all the stuff that built up to what we got here. But then it kind of seems like at the very end, at the 99-yard line, they dropped the ball. And then just failed to pick it up after that. And it just... I've enjoyed the series, and I still enjoy the games for what they are, and because the stories of the games themselves, if you look at them kind of as their own individual entities and not part of a larger story, there's still some solid stories in there. But I just feel like they could have done better. Especially with the build-up that we got to this. Because the Ezio trilogy, masterpieces, as far as I'm concerned. Even this game, overall, was really well done. And I really liked how it wasn't just, okay, get in the Animus and figure out where this apple is. Okay, get in the Animus and figure out where this, this key is. I mean, that was the bulk of it. But there was still that element of, hey, there's other shit that we need. There's other Isu artifacts or other power sources, as they called them, out there in the world that we need to recover to still help us, once we get the key. So there was an added element to the modern day story that I really enjoyed in this one. So yeah, when they started Assassin's Creed 4, when I heard that game was coming out, I was pretty pumped for it to see where the story was going to go. And the modern day story has basically sucked ever since then. The Layla storyline I thought had potential, and especially once they introduced Basim and him being a, living, breathing Isu reincarnation in the modern day, I thought, like, holy shit, we're finally getting back to something that matters, and then they drop that completely. And it's so, like I said, and Ubisoft has apparently, I saw an article, even basically admitted that, like, killing off Desmond was a mistake. So it's like, okay, do something with that. Okay, I suppose they've already rebooted the series with Origins, because after Origins, as far as I'm concerned, everything from Origins to current has been a reboot of the series. Yeah, there's been a couple mentions to Desmond. There's been a couple mentions of a few things, but overall it's been very, very limited. It's been very small and forgettable mentions to boot. So everything essentially pre-Origins at this point is no longer canon, so I wouldn't mind seeing them maybe do like a Terminator Dark Fate kind of thing and just go, you know what, everything after 3 is no longer canon. Let's go back to 3 and go an alternate timeline where Desmond doesn't save the world and go from there. Because theoretically, Desmond and crew still have the Animus. Obviously, I would assume that Abstergo probably has, like, doomsday vaults and shit like that, so they would have survived and had Animus technology. So I don't necessarily think, like, humanity would go back to, like, the Stone Age. There would still be some technology of some sort. And so at that point, you could still have Desmond and company going through the memories of somebody else to maybe help them find an artifact or something, some sort of Isu technology that could help them rebuild. Go back in. Hell, actually, let's take a step back for a minute, because on Sunday, Sean mentioned to Desmond, like, hey, let's roll the clock back to the Isu time period. So it's like, okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's not save the world. Let's not free Juno. Let's survive, rebuild. Let's turn the Animus back to the Isu time period and see how they rebuild. What did the Isus have in their possession that helped them, survive in limited capacity and helped them and humanity essentially rebuild? Like, you could essentially give us the Isu storyline of the Isu ending, how they, of the Great Catastrophe and all that, and then you have the second Great Catastrophe, and you see then how modern humanity deals with the second catastrophe and how the Isus and humans dealt with the first catastrophe, and see those two stories play out in parallel. Ubisoft, give me a goddamn job. I mean, shit. I mean, that would be better than half the games we've gotten since this one. At least from a storyline standpoint, but Grim and I have talked about this several times, that it seems like people just don't give a shit about story in games anymore. It's just, how many trophies can I get, and, how many hundreds and thousands of hours can I put into a game, and then, they release a game and it's like, oh yeah, here's our roadmap for the next 2 goddamn years. You might get an actual ending to the story by then, but if you get the game when it comes out, you're going to be waiting a while before you see a real conclusion. And it's It's game companies, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna place the blame on gamers as well. Because a lot of what the gaming industry has turned into is because gamers have fed the machine. And, I mean, all of us are guilty to it to a certain degree. I mean, I certainly, played Fortnite for a little while. All of us got into Call of Duty, back in like 2008 for a little while. But there's so many games that are online only, that are live service, and just willing to feed that machine of microtransactions and, live service games, that it's just like we've kind of done it to ourselves at this point, and those games have lasted so long and done so successful that that's the new formula. And story has... Because for me, if the story was well written enough, it's like a good movie or a good book where it's just like, you know what, I want to experience this story again. And the story is what gave you the replayability. Like, up until maybe partway through the PS3 era, I feel like that's the way a lot of games were. They focused on good stories, and the story was so good you wanted to experience it again and again. And not just, oh, this game is, fun to play, and I can buy shark cards and battle passes and, buy a game and then pay more money for more in-game shit and grind for hundreds and thousands of hours for cosmetic bullshit, because I've got a, couple buddies to play with after work every night. I mean, it's fine to have a social group to play games with. There's nothing wrong with that. But when there's no story, there's no point, as far as I'm concerned. It's just... It's like when you go to work and they give you a task that really doesn't have a point, but it's just to get you to do something. It's busy work. And there's one thing that I cannot stand the most at work is busy work. And so I can't enjoy playing a game for the sake of just playing the game. Because I feel like there's nothing to work towards other than the endless grind. And it's like, if there's no payoff to that endless grind other than just grinding to grind, there's no fun in that. There's no point in that for me. And so I would really like to see, like, this series do better. Because this series has a massive amount of potential. And, up to this point, the games have been great. Yeah, up to Assassin's Creed 3. And I've talked about it before, where I felt like Assassin's Creed 3 was kind of the beginning of the downfall of the series. Because for me, Revelations was one of the best. And I know a lot of people are, oh, it's short. And, like that game, it was well received because it was an Ezio game. But a lot of people rank it as like the weakest of the Ezio trilogy, where for me, that one has the best storyline, probably of the entire series. Seeing the conclusion of both Altair and Ezio stories in parallel, like ending their stories together, was absolutely brilliant. The way that story was written. And so to go from it, and there were historical things going on in Istanbul when Ezio was there. There was still historical events happening. He still got involved in some of the historical events, but it was in the background. The primary story was Ezio wanting the knowledge that he believed Altair had in his library. And so the forefront of the story, the main point, was the assassins versus the Templars. The Templars were trying to get into the library because they were seeking the Grand Temple as far back as the 1500s. And, so you had the assassins and the Templars both trying to get to the same point for vastly different reasons, but they wanted the same thing. Whereas in this game, it's like if they really started to muddy the waters with, you know, the assassins. I mean, the lines that they blurred with like Connor and Haytham were good from a character development standpoint. But from an overall storyline standpoint, it's like, what did the Templars really actually want in colonial America? You know, obviously they wanted the revolution to succeed and, you know, there to be no more British influence in the colonies, but then what? You know, obviously they opposed freedom and all that stuff, so I kind of feel like the Templars wouldn't have aligned with the revolution. It just kind of seems to be against what they were fighting for and the whole Templar ideals. And there was less of it than I remember, but maybe it's because I mainly stuck to the main story and I didn't do a lot of extra stuff, but it seemed like this was kind of the game where they started really focusing more on historical events and kind of just cramming the story and characters into historical events that they didn't need to be a part of. And so it's like with the historical storyline, this is kind of where the downfall started for me. But anyway, hopefully these credits are done soon, because I should have wrapped this up probably an hour ago. So the plan was to finish this Sunday. That's not going to happen now, because I finished it today. So there's several different options. I've talked about doing Assassin's Creed Chronicles, because that's only about a 6-hour game, and I could probably do that in 2 streams, and it would kind of fit neatly into the games that I've played at this point. But I've also picked up some PS2 games I'd like to play. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do, because I was honestly expecting this game... I was expecting both Shadows and this game to take me longer than it has. I was expecting to, I guess, continue on through Shadows and then this game until the end of the month. So I've sped this up by a couple weeks. But also, Sunday is Mother's Day here in the States. So there's a possibility I might just skip Sunday altogether. And maybe just do something next Wednesday. I really don't know at this point. I haven't planned that far ahead. Okay, I can skip the credits. I suppose I could do that. Okay, it says after... Is there anything after the... Okay, when the credit... Okay, so we're getting to the end now. But it's looking like there is a scene after the credits. And I'm always worried I'm going to skip the scene if I skip the credits. That was a nice little detail. And that's the thing, like, they did really good with some of the small details. You know, like, I like how they went back to the, you know, the axe, and, you know, he finally removed that from the goal, you know, from the post. But it's showing here that okay, well, I guess let me travel to New York real fast. Because it's showing an exclamation point here, and I don't know why that's there. I just seem to remember... I guess so. I just seem to remember once Desmond does his thing, that's pretty much it. I can't imagine this is going to be, like, very huge or anything, but... we'll check it out real fast. Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be anything important. And to be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever seen this. I feel like once the credits roll... you know, or, you know, Desmond does his thing and the credits roll, and you see that epilogue cutscene after the credits. That's probably where I've just always been like, all right, that's it.
These men have been found guilty of treason and conspiracy. Crimes punishable by...
Evacuation day.
America has no need for
Send
your
them back
services,
to Britain in a
gentlemen.
box! Death to the oppressor!
Cut them down!
Why is he all bloody again? Alright, so there was that. There's another one over here. I'm assuming evacuation day was probably when the British finally sailed out. Okay, how many... how many epilogue missions are there? Okay, so there's one in the Frontier and one in Boston. So I guess let me do these just real quick. Oh, that's going to take me a minute to get to. Yeah, I definitely could have broken this up into 2 streams like I was originally planning. And I can't imagine these, you know, little epilogue missions are really going to be anything of any major importance, but I'd hate to leave them there and not do them. But like I said at the beginning of the stream too, life's been kind of kicking my ass this week, and so I guess going long was... Wait, was there seriously a fast travel point right there? God damn it. But going a little long today gave me the ability to kind of forget about that for a little while, for a little bit longer. So, again, I'm probably going to regret it in the morning because I've got shit to do in the morning. But this was a nice break from reality, I guess.
If you're hungry, I've extra.
No, thank you. Where is everyone?
Gone west. Been a while since they left. Seems some fella from New York was granted the land by Congress.
What?
Seeing it happen more and more. Government says they don't take land that's already owned, but...
How could this have happened?
We're on our own now. No more merry English parts and labour. Which means we gotta go at it ourselves. Gotta pay for it too. Selling land is quick and easy, not quite so nasty as taxes. And since some say they're what started the old war, ain't no rush to bring 'em back. Clever men, these new leaders of ours. They know not to push it just yet. Too soon for taxes. Too... British.
Thank you.
His character model seemed uncharacteristically
Be
stiff
safe.
right there, and like kind of like jumped backwards there for a second. And there's just a random native kid walking around here, and he definitely looks like he's one of the natives too. So I guess they all haven't left, right? All right, last one here in Boston. Complete each of the epilogue missions unlocked after the credits roll. So I got a trophy for that. So I guess there isn't one in Boston. Yeah, I guess just fast traveling to Boston was enough. Odd. Okay, well that's that. Gonna call it a night here. And again, the plan was to finish this on Sunday. But we've kind of already done that. So I may may throw something together Sunday. I may not throw something together Sunday. Due to the Mother's Day holiday, I might just spend Sunday night hanging out with Mrs. Suave. I do have Monday off, so I might maybe throw something together Monday. But no, actually, I cannot leave the Animus now. All I can do is quit back to the main menu. So it's a neat little thing there that, like, and it's one of them things too where it's like negative review on Steam, because I feel like we shouldn't be able to access the Animus menu. We shouldn't be able to, do any of this stuff because, well, Desmond's dead. You know what I mean? But it's like, oh no, we got to be able to, let people still play the game and do side quests and get their trophies. It's like, I feel like this game should have ended when Desmond dies, credits roll and bam, main menu, you're done. If you want to do any other shit, you got to do it before Desmond dies. But anyway, I forgot, I guess, that credits take some time and, things of that nature. So I was expecting this to be done at least 20 minutes ago. So this has gone on way too long, but we finally made it. We saw the conclusion of the Desmond storyline. We've completed, I guess, all of the Assassin's Creed stuff that I really wanted to get through. So if you've made it this far, I appreciate the hell out of you. There will be a subscribe button up there and a playlist over in that corner. Grim, I greatly, greatly appreciate you hanging out with me all night long. I know this went late. But yeah, I will see you all on the next stream. And tomorrow night, technically today, Thursday, will be part 2 of Grim playing Heavenly Sword on the PS3. And come hang out in the Grim Beardson Discord. There will be a link in the description below. And stay tuned for what's coming up next, because at this point I have no idea. But until then, until we figure it out, stay suave.